And good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the raid, the Lady Knights. Welcome to the stream. All right, so let's welcome everyone to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Yeah, let's open that correctly. Little to say about my day. Yesterday went well. Started book 3 in A Heart's Life. Um, Otherwise, it was fairly uneventful. It's going to be a great week. Very cool. Very cool. This morning, it is a read and correct. For those who are new to that, this is when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. That is something I record to put on YouTube, so I will ignore the chat while that's happening. Whatever is said while I record will be addressed afterwards. Today will be a full-on day of reading. This morning it will be read and corrects, and this afternoon I will be reading through the outline for book 12 in the Monster and Badman series, which is a series of novellas. When it comes to writing the second draft of those books, some of the books I am going to have to increase in size. There is the length of each book is highly inconsistent. So, like, I don't mind that the first trilogy is on the longer side because it's the introduction. There's a lot of heavy lifting it needs to do. But after that, I go from 50K to 25 between some books. So, I would definitely like for everything to be in the 50K range. So I'm definitely going to have to discuss things with my co-scripter when we get to that, because yeah. All right, so to make sure everything is works well, although I don't expect there to be trouble. Actually, I'm going to check something. I think I forgot. I think I forgot to upload some books, some chapters. On Patreon. I mean, there's a buffer, so it's not that big of a deal. I just remember Patreon giving me trouble. 66. No, looks like it's all okay. Looks like it's all okay. All right. Alrighty. So I am going to start this now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 87 of The Technician's Fight. Bane. Growl said from the cockpit. This is the shuttle. We are returning. Be on alert for a potential attack. If that happens, the priority is the safety of the civilians. I repeat, the priority is the civilian. Jeremy did his best. Did the best he did. Okay, did his best to relax. He did his best to relax. The hunt wasn't over, but they were almost home. So long as the Earthers didn't blow them up, that had to be what Growl meant by potential attack. A lone Kelsarian ship without anyone else to be damaged by the explosion had to be an attractive option when compared to letting him go again. You okay? Thur asked, pressing against him. Just pissed. Germiel nuzzled his neck from the other side. Leave the hunt behind. Jimmy chuckled. I wish it was that easy for me. That's what your pack is for, Tro said, crouching between his legs. Let them distract you. The hunt isn't over, he protested, not wanting to be distracted, even if he knew how dwelling on what had happened couldn't help anything. Wouldn't help anything. We can't have sex. Thur chuckled. Who said that we need to have sex to distract you? He licked Jeremy's earlobe. Just close your eyes and bask in the sensations. He did, doubting he didn't manage to get his mind off what had happened without taking his armor off. Then as Thur and Germiel licked and nipped at his neck and cheek, and Tros massaged his chest, he decided he was going to need sex from how they were making him feel well before they reached the ship. The shuttle shook, pulling Jeremy out of the pile on the floor. The four of them had turned into. He didn't know when they'd ended up there, but the bodies pressed against him, the hands roaming, the tongues licking, had made time vanish. The other three were faster to stand than he was. They're offering a hand to help him. That was an explosion, Jeremy said, surprised at the realization. The thought they'd be destroyed before reaching the Bane was still the loudest. It was us landing, Growl called from the cockpit. We're home. Jeremy's panting had subdued by the time his alpha joined them. But he was going to need time with him soon, or he'd pull Thur into a leisure alley. You did well, Growl stated. You made the gods proud. This hunt is over. Your families and friends are waiting for you, waiting to remind you that now it is time to live. Do so. It is your duty, for soon enough another hunt will be here, and that one might take you to the forest. We are hunters, they responded. We die so others live. Not today, Growl replied, then opened the hatch. The hangar was chaos among the repairs. Along with repairs moving around the shuttles, hunters waited for them. The rest of their pack, along with friends and even a few civilians, rubbed muzzles. Tom held him, burying his muzzle in Jeremy's neck, then moved on to Growl. His pack closed around Jeremy, holding him, reminding him he was home, finally, entirely free of the Earthers. The squawking made Jeremy and everyone else wince and search for the cause. The large screen listing the shuttles, that would be plural instead, the shuttle statuses, along with the parts being worked on and which of the repair packs were assigned to what work, went blank. An Earther woman with thin gray hair looked at him. He's no son of mine, she said in disgust. Jimmy had the sense his mother had appeared mid-discussion. Imagine the gall, thinking I'd want to see him after what he did, what he let those things do to him. Him. He meant him. How could she? No, I didn't want him to come. If I'd known, I'd have had someone protecting my home, my family, letting them in? Are you insane? You can be sure I had a talk with my daughter about just letting anyone in, or my actual son about telling that man we had a glitch. What business it is of that man? What happens here? He'd told her to say those things. Fuck, it hurt to be called that man. If he gave a damn about any of us, he wouldn't have let those cats shove their cocks up his ass. Arms held him. He'd told his mother. She didn't mean any of it. But fuck, did she sound like she meant it. You have no idea how scared I was to have that and those things here. What if they decided to abuse my family? I never wanted to even hear his name again. He wasn't going to know. That was what he told her. He hadn't wanted to know what she'd say. Why were they showing him? He looked to growl. What do you mean you can't shut the connection down? He demanded angrily. How did they get in? I don't care. Cut the power to the comms array. That was Maria Bradshaw. That was what Maria Bradshaw had to say about the invasion of her home by the man who used to be her son, Jeremy Bradshaw. He glared at the male on the screen. Who did he think he was? He could that he could use his name without his rank. The man had demanded to be allowed a visit, forcing us to respect the law, a law we never had a say in. Under the pretense his mother was dying. Due to a central processor glitch at the time of the claim, it was impossible to confirm her condition, and under protest, our government was forced to agree by our shepherds. This is now shown to be a lie. The reason is unknown, other than to terrorize the family who raised him, who did their best to ensure he grew up healthy and shielded him from the sickness that those cats who stole him away have given him. Lies, all lies. Another reason for the ploy could have been an attempt at seeding fear among the general population by attacking, without provocation, people at the Salt Lake City port. There are no... He looked to the screen. We have an update? He asked that person, then nodded and looked ahead, reading something. He looked to the side again. This is a joke, right? When he looked ahead again, his expression was somber. This just in. It has been confirmed that as part of the attack by the cats and their human collaborator, they killed 3 people, currently unidentified. The way throats were clawed open, as well as their chests, leave no doubt they are the culprit. It's just too bad we didn't find this out when they were still here, so they could be made to pay, the Earther steadied himself. For those who have just joined us, here is a replay of the interview with Maria Bradshaw about the home invasion her and her family suffered. She and her family suffered. No, he couldn't watch this again. Something large impacted the screen, shattering it and distorting the image of his mother. Take him out of here, a panting growl ordered. Keep him away from screens until the Earther programs have been purged. Jeremy curled among the others. He didn't know who had joined him in the bed. His friends, Growl's friends, possibly strangers who wanted to do their part in comforting him. He remembered laughing when Leia had asked... that is... Why are you telling me this is misspelled? Because it is misspelled. It's Leiha. When Leia had asked about if he considered making the claws an implant instead of using the gloves, they couldn't think of what the Earthers might do that would make him hate being one of them enough. He wanted to disfigure himself. He then added, as an afterthought, that he figured they were trying to come up with it. They'd done it. Rip my skin off, give me fur, claws, ears. He wanted to be as different from the people who could make him suffer as as it was possible to be. He wanted to be as different from the people who had made him suffer as as it was possible to be. He latched onto the male before him and wailed in his fur. How could anyone be this cruel? All he'd done was demand to be allowed to live his life the way he wanted. How had that merited hearing his mother's hate? Telling himself she didn't mean it did nothing. When he closed his eyes and thought of her, the hate. Okay, that's going to be. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Hate was what he saw. Those words, what he heard. He needed to chase them out of his mind to think of something else, anything else. He pushed the male on his back and straddled him. This wouldn't last long enough, but the bed was filled with males he knew would be willing to distract him this way. Growl nuzzled the back of his neck. How are you feeling? It had been their first sleep shift alone after Jeremy didn't know how many with their bed filled with so he could do something other than remember what his mother had said about him. I wish I didn't. Growl tightened his hold. He'll get better. You going to blow them up? The Earthers don't deserve that, Jer. Yes, they do. The whole lot of them should be destroyed, removed from space, so the rest of us can live in peace. Do you want me to call your friends over? We can still distract you if you need it. It's not going to help, Growl. I can't just distract myself from this. I'm going to need Leah's help. When you're ready, I know she'll be there. Jeremy nodded. Maybe there was some go would be. Maybe there was some go with being friend. Maybe there was some go. Some good? Some good? Maybe there was some good. In being friends with someone looking after his health. It doesn't feel quite right, but it's the best I can think of right now. I don't know. I have no idea. If you want his contact, Bob said in the message he'd replayed for the psychologist. Let me know and I'll send it to you. She looked at him. Are you sure? This isn't like your gloves. You won't be able to take this off if you feel like being less like us. He snorted. I considered implants, you know. For a while there, I thought about going full prosthetic Syrian, fur and everything. But that kind of mutilation passed. But this, okay, that's two butts in a row. But that kind of mutilation passed. This is about more than making sure the next time I encounter those Earthers, they know I'm nothing like them. This is about no longer forcing everyone on the ship to learn a language only I speak just because I can't vocalize yours. No one has complained. And that doesn't make it fair. And it's not like I won't be able to speak English after this if I feel like it, if I have to speak it. So I'm not losing anything. You'll be losing your voice. No, I'm making the choice as to what my voice is. She looked at the tablet. All right, I will approve the request, but I'm not approving the operation yet, Jeremy. I won't until I'm convinced this isn't purely about lashing out at the Earthers for the pain they caused you. That's fine. I know it isn't, so I have no problem talking with you about it until you are fed up with hearing me. She smiled. I don't expect it'll take that long. And that concludes chapter 87 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on the Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. A true drunk. Welcome to the stream. The stuff I've shared through the mirror has been really fun. Everybody's different. Everybody's mind is different. If I have one piece of, like, if writing is something you wish to do, the one piece of advice I would give is to do it. To take a breath, mentally step back, and stop judging what you write. I'm not saying that will make your writing good, great, or anything. But you may be surprised that is not as bad as you think it is. Hey, Dreaming Truth, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And thank you very much, Drunk Gamer. This, for me, is an editing process. I discovered a while back at this point, a long time ago at this point, that when I just read silently in my head a text, I don't see what's on the page. I see what I intended to put on the page. So reading mentally became a non-issue. Like I wasn't doing anything. Reading out loud engages different part of my brain. And that helps me notice more of the error. It's not perfect. It's sort of, you had a tricycle, one wheel wasn't working, hit your face on the asphalt. That is writing. There is nothing wrong with that. But could you need to find the right creative outlet? Used to write, but these days it goes into music. A gaming programmer by day job, so very much emphasized with that. And you know, it's about finding what works for you. And again, like, there's nothing wrong with writing that if that's how you write. Here's the thing: you write the way you enjoy it, and the more you write, the better you'll get at it. That's the thing. That is the thing that, unfortunately, and fortunately, having so many writers online, so many writers who are kind of established online, doesn't always give the right impression of how writing is. I used to write like that, Drunk Gamer. That's how I started. I used to write in broken sentences because I did not have a firm connection from my brain to my hand when it came to translating what was in my mind on the page. It's something that came over decades and decades of practicing, of doing it, of but that's the thing, one, you have to enjoy it, so you have to find a way that will Oh, that's yesterday's. Okay. That will work for you. And after that, it's about sticking to it. But, then the thing is, you need to ask yourself, and you need to be honest with the answer, why is it that you want to do this? Because that answer will guide how you have to go about it. And it's possible that you may realize that you are not currently interested in putting the amount of work required in doing what in going with that answer. That happens. Ah, da, 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 da. Um, but yeah, like I'm a very strong believer in making sure we enjoy what we're doing it because we enjoy it. Okay, so February 5th becomes the 7th. Please post today. Save up some points so I can critique your poem. Um, okay. I will state out front, I am not a poem guy. My knowledge of poems is not even academic. Like I've read a few. It is not my kind of literature. So just keep that in mind, when I comment. Like I'm very much a novelist. Prose, storytelling is where my strength is. That is what I can better, fully comment on. Um, oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Drunk Gamer. I am willing to read and comment anything and everything that people put in front of me, short of something that will get me banned off Twitch. But as with everyone, I have my strengths and my weaknesses. Um, yeah, you are welcome to share it here. When sorrow knocks as evening falls, I feel lonely. Silence calls. I'd wish to be with someone near when to my door a light draws near. A tattered cloak, a crooked scythe, such a sight no longer terrify. I'd seat the guest, pour wine, once, twice, then thrice, beneath the candlelight. Perhaps the traveler stays till morn. Perhaps he sleeps on silk reborn. Or in his voice a sigh may gleam and tempt me with some distant dream. They say, he hums, that I must go. All wish blooms, just think, and so. And I, a foolish country boy, believed this word of promised joy. Let no strange guest inside, my dears. Those fairy times have passed, I fear, and trust no light that wanders, please, when midnight knocks upon your knees. Nice. I don't I don't have comments. You remember when you weren't all about numbers? This was the last time. As I said, it's about practicing. It's about giving yourself the grace to understand that you are starting. You won't be good at it when you start. That it is something that needs to be cultivated, worked on, and improved. But before all that, you need to decide if that is something you wish to invest time in. You aren't required. And if you do invest time in, you are not required to share any of it. That is the big thing our current mindset in the West really annoys me with. It is not because we produce something that we have to share it. It is allowed to be purely for us. All right, I am going to do another read and correct. And for those who are new, for those who weren't there when I did the introduction, when I do these, I record them. So I will ignore the chat for the duration. Anything said will be addressed once I am done. So, I will start by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 88 of The Technician's Fight. The last chapter. This may actually be called an epilogue by the time everything is cleaned up. Locating the Ridoshi surgeon who had operated on Bob the Earther proved more difficult than contacting the station the Earther had been operating on and being directed. The Ridoshi, because they specialize in cross-species operation, wasn't on a specific station. They moved as wealthy clients, wanting to change something about them, requested them. That Bob the Earther had been on the same station when he needed the operation spoke of meddling. So Gragaran had to contact ships, then stations, then more ships, and stations to work out where the Ridoshi currently was, so they could speak. Find out where they would be, so they could meet for Jared to get a new voice box. The price was more than reasonable. The Ridoshi explained that he considered what Jer wanted to be life-affirming instead of decoration. So they asked only for what his time and use of the operating room and tools required. It was still enough. Jer had hesitated, but finally agreed. He'd first spoken with the Bane's doctor. She had all the information on Jer's physiology, and voice box reconstruction was a standard operation on a ship like his, with hunters getting injured in varieties of ways. But she refused to attempt it. She had no training in those kinds of operations. She knew the Kelsarian's body intimately from her years of training, but only had readings of Jer's. Since there was an expert out there, she told them to go to them. It took nearly 2 years to reach Rashamirak, a Ridoshi station within Kelsatoran territory. As with stations not specifically built for interspecies trade, this one only minimally accounted for other species. The halls were wide enough not to be claustrophobic, but barely. Ridoshi bodies moved on their 6 legs, which lowered their height. The concourse had a few offerings of food, clothing, and other amenities Kelsarians preferred, but they were clearly an afterthought, relying instead on printers that overcharge if they needed something. His heart had spent the travel time staying busy to the point the psychologist ordered him off shift. So often she implored Grogran to do something, so Jer wouldn't always be working as a way of avoiding thinking about what he was doing. He'd ask if that dread didn't mean he didn't want the change, but she'd assured him that he did. But it didn't make something this drastic easy to accept. Jer, being who he was, worked so he wouldn't think about it. And with Graal and their friends' help, had sex, went to clubs, was forced into organized outing over the ship. If not for the delay it would cause, he thought about diverting to planets for them to enjoy the ground and sky and other things that would be real, instead of approximated with ballads and movies, and swims at the reservoir. He'd trained so hard, some of the betas were asking if he was beta material. The fact that his thought process meant he'd only be suitable for a special ops pack. Suitable as a special ops beta was the one factor delaying the approval. Betas were expected to prove themselves on the line before being moved to a specialized role. When no one kept him otherwise occupied, Jer worked. At the engineer's insistence, Alex had nearly threatened Grogran with banning him from his bed if he didn't give his heart something to do. He had allowed him to work on the backup reactor, so long as what he did never put it out of commission in such a way it couldn't be made functional within a day. Now, approaching the station's medical bay, his heart smelled scared. I am making a mistake. Then we turn around. No, I mean, I want this. I've had 2 years to change my mind. It's just, I shouldn't be this nervous about it. What you are doing is a significant change. He'd gone to the psychologist for help with how to support Jer. One that isn't easily undone. It's normal to be nervous. No one he'd been close to had ever done something like this. And if you feel you need more time, we can take it. The closest was when his brother had decided to go for a fur color change. For some reason, he decided completely black instead of the mix of stripes and spots in his cream's fur would fit him better. They made the time, and they will make it again, Jer. This is about you, unless you are certain you want this. We can turn around. Fortunately, his brother had gone back to his normal colors. Before that year was over. I want this, he stated, tone firm. If he's stating it, I don't need the tone. By definition, a statement is firm. I want this, he stated. The door opened when they stepped to it. The corridor was small. This was designed for Hidoshi and no one else. He swallowed. Doors lined each side of the wall instead of an open space for the medical. Instead of the open space of the medical bay on the Bane. Hidoshi considers medical work to be a private thing, Jer said, squeezing his hand. Nothing I read went into details. That's how private it is. A door opened and Hidoshi stepped out. 4 of the 6 hands holding items Gargaran didn't recognize. The 5th held a tablet. They looked up from it. Kassarian Gargaran Selhafnir. Kassarian Jeremy Bradshaw. The digitized voice from the translator attached to the thorax carapace said, Welcome each. I welcome each. Refer to me as surgeon. If too short, Hidoshi surgeon. Prefer not be given extension to lengthen. Sound not become sent correctly and distract. Thank you for seeing me, surgeon. Jer said, squeezing Gargaran's hand hard enough he figured he was the one in need of comfort now. Agreed to request. Gargaran had the sense something more was meant with that meant than what what translate and what translated. But unlike humanoid species, he couldn't even try to guess what based on their body language. I don't need the what. To guess based on their body language. Need state fact before proceeding. Ensure Kelsarian Jeremy Bradshaw understands what change means. I've read about Gargaran squeezed his hand. Let them explain, Jer. They are the ones who know the procedures, not the files. Agreed. Operation easy. Compared reading to you and other Earthers and know how. Change does not tell you the word. I don't understand. I know Kelsarians already. My nose, body not know. Training required to use voice correctly. Oh, I'm going to have to learn how to speak Kelsarians, how to form the words. Agreed. How long will that take? Unknown. Surgeon, not linguist. Right, sorry, nervous. Agreed. Procedure lasts 3 hours, then 6 hours in tank. Can leave after that. The Hidoshi turned their head to Gargaran, and the 6 unmoving bulbs that were their eyes equivalent were unsettling. Understand this small. Gargaran Kelseria and Garderon said Hafnir best wait in concourse. I'll be fine. I'd rather go. Disagree. It's private, remember? Jer said. Would you invite someone in the toilet with you? He asked as Gagarin was about to protest. The shudder was unintentional and made his art's point. Can you contact me when you are done? Agreed. Gagarin rubbed his muzzle against Jer's cheek. I'll be just outside. If anything's wrong, disagree. Surgeon, no procedure. He closed his eyes and stifled a sigh. I'll be fine, Jer said. See you in a few hours. Gagarin paced before the medical bay. He'd had to step far enough not to engage the door sensor each time he walked before it, and more than once he glared at it for the affront of how close to Jer he wanted to be. What was taking them so long? The Ridoshi surgeon had contacted him to inform him Jer was out of the tank more than he checked his tablet. Only 5 minutes ago? Why was this taking so? The door opened, and he had Jer by the shoulder, looking him over. There were no scars, but his throat looked slightly larger, and the protuberance in the front Jer had called an Adam's apple was gone. He wrinkled his nose at the acrid antiseptic scent. A shower, and Gagarin would have to look him over carefully, make sure. Jer said something. What's wrong with his voice? He asked, worried. Explained, not tell word. Jer typed something on his tablet and showed it to Gagarin, then the Ridoshi. I could speak Earther. Soundbox? Not know Earther. Am I going to have to relearn how to speak English? The Rishi canted his head. Not know language. It's what the Earthers call their language, Gagarin explained. And Jer, does it matter if you can't speak it anymore? This is to distance yourself from them. Bob won't understand me. And there are Earthers I don't mind speaking with on Federation stations. Then I will help you relearn how to speak Earther with a Kelsarian's voice box. Thank you, surgeon. I am extremely grateful. Gratitude not requested. The antenna twitched. Correction. Species specific. Gratitude accepted. Apologies for misunderstanding. Jer took his arm and they returned home. Gagarin sat nervously, the children in the room keeping him from pacing. Their captain, even if they probably had no idea who he was, pacing would not be a good example to set. The door opened and the male who had asked him to be present exited, smiling. Captain, I'm glad you came. I have someone who wishes to tell you something. He stepped aside and Jer exited the teaching room. His heart stepped to him and smiled. Gralgeran Salharavnir, he said with careful pronunciation, and Gralgeran's throat tightened. My heart. He hugged Jer's eyes wet. My heart, my love, my mate. He hadn't realized, okay, those would be, I need to change because my co-scriptor kind of pointed out that they can't be the first Kelsarian words he spoke because, he learned to speak with the teacher, but it is the first words that Gargaran hears. It would be so much that those would be the first Kelsarian words heard from him. Jeremy and Gargaran will return in the engineer's family. And that concludes the technician's fight. If you've enjoyed this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next book will start, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. And that makes me remember that I forgot to post that, to schedule that. To Ream. I need to check something. There we are. So let's compile. February 7th becomes 10th. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, that not quite. Not quite. I'm almost forgetting again. There we go. Now, that officially concludes this book. And a technician's fight is officially 216,000 words, almost 217. How does it compare to the first book? I know it's in the same range, but 240,000. Yep, close enough. I'm okay with it. All right. So, there's Harker. Now, I did not write anything last week for Harker since it was New Year's. So I'm going to go with off campus. Being off campus, I should probably get a different icon. This is in here. I no longer need this guy. But this is the only icon I have for now. So, and it's going to be the only icon I have for quite a while. Alrighty, so I am going to start. Let's see, nobody said anything in the chat. I am going to start another Read and Correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 1 of an off-campus story for Harker Academy called Crimson and Monster. Off-campus is going to be a category where, for stories that are in the world of Harker Academy, but don't deal with the Academy directly or at all. They're ideas I have that just won't leave me alone and have to be written. I don't have a lot of them at this point, but this one hit hard, so I wrote it. Chapter 1, Crimson. Alex didn't belong in Lancaster. He didn't belong in any prisons as far as he was concerned, but definitely not in Lancaster. Unfortunately, okay, you know what? Unfortunately, come back. I don't know what happened. Come back here. Unfortunately, his claims of being nothing more than some poor IT tech conned into helping the criminal crew hadn't been believed by the police or whoever handled the judicial sorting of cases. He hated that so much of that was still done on paper. Without that, he'd have made his case disappear. At least until the lawyer showed up. Once that man from Atheon had sat before him, Alex knew he was screwed. Making his case disappear would only lead to Atheon working harder at persecuting him. That he had appeared within hours of his arrest said someone had noticed something. He'd He'd know what once the game started, although the lack of information on the man's phone could be a clue already. Then the lawyer confused Alex by playing at being on his side. He promised him that if he revealed where his crew had hidden the piece of technology they stole, he would make sure his prison stay was short. In fact, Atheon had use of computer expert with the skill he demonstrated. With words in the right place, he could be released under their care and given worthwhile work. The men inadvertently revealed a few things. While Atheon's internal security had stopped them from before they could steal what he'd been after, the alteration Alex had ensured those same robots ignored that part of the warehouse and the work that the maintenance drone he'd reprogrammed did. What? While Atheon's internal security had stopped them from before they could steal what he'd been after, that would be the end of a phrase. The alterations or are you saying this actually has to be a comma? The alterations Alex had done had ensured those same robot ignored the part of the warehouse. That part of the warehouse. And the maintenance drones he'd reprogram did the work he set them to. It also told him that, as he'd hoped, none of the others had realized what he'd been after. The decoy of valuable technology he'd bribed them with had worked. If they'd escaped, they would have been right. And okay, they would have been rich, and he would have had his baby. The offer of worthwhile work was a trap. It would be appealing to anyone facing prison, but he knew how Atheon worked. Criminals released into their care had no choice but to go along with any order they were given, regardless of their legality. Who would the court believe in an argument between a convicted felon and such an upstanding corporation as Atheon? And it wasn't like the promise would hold. The instant Mummy Dearest found out, she'd make sure he couldn't come within miles of her company. And if she found out how he'd hacked his way in, well, she'd hit him up whole. So he kept the innocent act, pleaded to knowing nothing. The lawyer left displeased, and Alex sat back, already planning the coming vacation in the minimum security prison. They wouldn't give him access to a computer, but that didn't matter. There would be one in range, and he'd be able to keep with his work. What he hadn't been ready for was to be taken out with a much rougher looking criminals, with much rougher. What he hadn't been ready for was to be taken out with much rougher looking criminals and marched to a bus with Lancaster Prison printed in large letters on the side. He ran. Well, he tried to run. But the guards, I don't need the but. The guards were used to dangerous criminals when Lancaster was involved, so they made short work of a featherweight like him. He told them he didn't belong there. He wasn't dangerous. He was just an IT tech. He wasn't even a parahuman. His pleas fell on deaf ears. They sat him with massive, dangerous men before and behind him, as well as one on the bench to his left. It was as if someone had told them to make sure he was in as much danger as possible. Nothing he could do would keep them from breaking him. Only the guard in the front of the bus could prevent that, and if he was right, they'd encourage it. She'd found out. He'd done what he could to ensure his identity was hidden. He hadn't used his last name since walking away, hadn't come close to Atheon until this had proved too much of a temptation. Now he wondered if it had been a trap, a way she could remove him from the for the perceived betrayal. I need to change that. Justine. Justine had been the one. She and Rafi. Justine had been the one. She and Rafi. But Alex had been the stupid one, outright refusing to take part. Outright refusing to take part in their attempted coup, thinking his non-involvement meant he'd be safe. Now he would have a revenge. Lancaster was hell, according to the stories, and Mummy Dearest had the kind of pull that meant she would see to it he was subjected to all those experiments he'd heard about. All the way they went about looking for all the ways they went about looking for okay. Well, this is kind of an expression, so this is as a whole thing. All the ways they went about looking for methods to detect who had and didn't have powers. The safety of the citizens depended on that, after all, especially after Jacksonville. Oh, wait. Oh, that no longer works. Jacksonville hasn't happened yet. That's something I changed. Um. Ah. Right. I decided to put that before Jacksonville and end with a newscast about Jacksonville having just happened. So that goes away. That. Uh, all right. Okay, so that basically removes all of it. So then I'm going to make that part of this paragraph. Now she would have a revenge. Lancaster was hell, according to the stories, and Mummy Dearest had the kind of pull that meant she would see to it he was subjected to all those experiments he'd heard about. All the ways they went about looking for methods to detect who had and didn't have powers. The safety of the citizens depended on that, after all. But as soon as he arrived at Lancaster, the large metal gates closing behind the bus with a reverberation that shook his bones, it was obvious this wasn't Mummy Dearest's work. He was pulled away from the dangerous criminal as soon as he stepped off the bus, and instead of being taken deep within the bowels of Lancaster to be cut up, he was escorted to a boring administrative administrative building. You know what? Let's mark it office. Administrative office. The warden welcomed him with open arms and a warm smile Alex had no choice but to hate. He was his jailer afterward, even if, he quickly learned, they thought of him they thought of him more as one of the staff than one of the inmates. It turned out that Lancaster always looked for the kind of computer expert that landed within the criminal system and those whose exploits showed their skill better than any resume. He had defeated aliens' cybersecurity well enough. He'd gotten his crew in. That was a feat that had marked him as needed within their IT department. That didn't make him a free man. He couldn't leave at the end of the day, but instead of being housed within general population, his cell was with the staff's housing. Not that he could leave it either to avail himself of the amenities they had access to. He would be among the safest prisoners Lancaster held, but still a prisoner. And no one left Lancaster. That was a rule. The prisoners here were here for life. He'd been looking at 3 years in a minimal security prison. Not even one with good behavior. Now he had to make new plans. Fortunately, Alex was good about adapting to situation. The first part was giving himself an edge in an environment where even monitored by parahuman. Wait, what? In an environment where even monitored by parahumans Oh, I see. Okay. The first part was giving himself an edge. Giving himself an edge. That's the phrase. Um, Even in an environment monitored by parahumans who could depower people, there was still too much physical strength for his physical strength uh, in play for his safety. Being allowed time in the yard along the safe population was utterly relative when the one thing that marked them as safe was that they didn't explode in anger at the drop of a hat. They could still shatter concrete with a punch, and Alex was nowhere as solid as that. He wouldn't be able to get much, but an edge was all he needed to escape trouble. And that came in the form of a visit to the infirmary, where the nurse informed him as she set the brace over his knee, that it hadn't been shattered in the fight. No, wait, okay, that he was lucky. It hadn't been shattered in the fight. Luck had nothing to do with it. He'd spent 3 days making sure of that. He'd spent those days listening to the inmates in the yard until he overheard something he could act on. Better yet, the inmate in question had been a bruiser. Alex approached the man and offered to get him not only the season he'd complained about missing because he had refused to suck the guard's cock, but the whole series. Of course, the man had scoffed and threatened to bash his head in, so Alex sweetened the deal. If the show wasn't on the man's screen in his cell when he returned there after dinner, Alex would present himself to a place of his choosing, let himself be beaten within an inch of his life, and never rat him out. If, on the other hand, the show was there, the man would beat him in a very specific way, then take his time in solitary without bitching about it. The man agreed with an eagerness that said he was looking forward to his victory. When Alex was returned to his computer, he set to work. Officially, his job was to monitor the extensive electronic security that was part of the reason no one had ever escaped Lancaster. And he did that. But he also let his mind wander among the digital lines, looking for one with a connection to the outside. To his amusement, it turned out to be the wardens. The man's show was simple to find. It was a popular evening drama, and with Lancaster's 100 terabyte bandwidth, he had the whole show downloaded in under 10 seconds. He'd gone for the 1K version, beggars and choosers and all that. Then he moved the file to the inmate's screen. Lancaster wasn't entirely the hellhole had him the stories had it being. For the inmates who behaved, there were luxuries to be had. Nothing like a fully furnished bedroom, but a smart screen turned dumb, so the guards had control over the inmates was at the top of the possibilities. You sucked the right dick, you got to watch whatever you wanted. You didn't, you better love those 1920s black and white dramas. If you didn't behave, well, Lancaster's always needed test subject for the experiments. Because, okay, this needs to be changed. Because it pointed out that somebody pointed out that as a government prison, the level of medical treatment wouldn't be to that level. But they suggested making it a private, and I'm not going that way. Lancaster is government run, but okay, because the government. Actually, no. Okay, because Lancaster was because it was a government prison, had to offer proper medical treatment to any. Okay, this is where I'm changing. Any of the staff if they were injured. Like it's only about the staff, not the inmates. Now, that meant that Alex, being on the part of IT, was, okay, this is and because Alex was part of the IT department, he was considered staff instead of an inmate. That meant he got access to top of the line medical technology. Now, if an inmate received that instead of a splint made of broken, now an inmate might get access to that instead of a splint made of broken branches and duct tape. You know, sucking cock and all that. Alex didn't have to. I've explained that up there. He was an unprovoked victim, as far as anyone who'd seen the altercation could report. He got the best smart brace the government could overcharge the taxpayer for. Branches and duct tape wouldn't do. They needed to know. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Wow, why did you? Okay. Another for the prison. For its captors. In theory, was that they'd know when he was healed. In reality, they wouldn't remember about the brace. The nice thing about the level of technology, of technical integration in today's world, was that people used to use those devices to remember. If it forgot, so did they. And they weren't supposed to forget, but then again, he wasn't supposed to be a parahuman. He didn't care about losing the I'm off limits sign it represented once he was healed. That wasn't what he wanted it for. Alex wasn't a gadgeteer, not by any stretch of the imagination. But he discovered early that being able to mentally control electronics didn't do him any good if those electronics weren't attached to something that did what he needed it to do. So He'd enrolled in a technical college, had taken electronic engineering with a side of shop because cars were as much one as the other, and he quite enjoyed his cars, beyond using them as getaway vehicle. It took him just under a year to gather the parts he needed to turn the brace from something that helped him walk to something that, when he needed it, would let him kick out hard enough to break concrete. He'd shatter his foot in the process, but that was a different problem. He'd fully expected his escape plan to be finalized by the time the brace was modified. Unfortunately, this place hadn't been built by idiots. The electronic system was through everything, but it wasn't alone in there. Nearly everywhere he could convince the electronics to work against the physical security, but there was one door he couldn't control. The one door that mattered the most, the one that led outside. Lancaster didn't have employee doors. If someone needed to leave, they did so through the foot-thick reinforced metal gate that was purely mechanical. But that hadn't been enough. Oh no. There were telekinetics among the inmates, those with magnetic powers, those with pure strength. If the control had been there, any one of them could have taken over that and out they went. So, the internal workings of the gates he had to open to escape was spread over so much space, using so many different mechanical and pneumatic and hydraulic hydraulic. That's the term. Hydraulic. What? How the hell are you telling me this is incorrect? Oh, gotta be kidding me. Just because this is AU, you don't want to see it? Hydraulic. Okay. In hydraulic systems that no one person could open it. A telekinetic had to know what he wanted to control was. A magnetic couldn't do anything about the non-ferrous components. Control air. That didn't let you deal with the metal parts, some with liquids. Same with liquids. And to top that off, the controls for those weren't centralized anywhere. Each controlled by a guard sitting in an office waiting for the call telling him to turn the crank that would release the one part of the lock he controlled. Not one of those offices had an easy run to the door or each other. Found the reports of 7 attempts to break out, and the one who'd come closest had been enraged, a typical strongman, except for his strength being higher than Lancaster's scale at the time. He'd been clever enough not to bother with doors going through the walls, but that was also something Lancaster had accommodated for. The material became denser the closer to the gate the bruiser got, and eventually stopped even him. Why the gate was made of a titanium and graphene mix instead of that, he didn't find out. But the reports told him there was only one kind of parahuman with a hope of escaping. The reason none of them had brute forced their escape was that those with that kind of strength were usually too dumb to get through all the other systems in place. This could only be beaten by someone with the smarts and the brawn to get through everything. Which meant that Alex was going to have to find someone among the criminals considered the worst of the worst he could trust to help with his escape. Or at least too late into trusting him. That's a better ending for the chapter. And that concludes chapter 1 of Crimson and Monster. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, that will be up on my Patreon as well as my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I wish you a good day. I am going to rename this right now so I don't get confused. All right. February 8th becomes 15th. All right, come back. You're supposed to keep me on the straight and narrow when it comes to work. You don't get to run off. Right. And have a good rest of your day, the lady writes. Huh. don't think anybody's reading that anyway. They were sitting at a picnic table finishing a lunch of burgers and fries when a voice sounded over the hubbub of the crowd. "Can I have your attention, please?" The voice was amplified, and after searching for a moment, I don't need that. After searching, Eric found the man, human, speaking in a microphone. He wore faded jeans and a long-sleeved tee. "It's been brought to my attention that today is the birthday of someone named Jennifer." Anita clapped and stood. "Yes, I was hoping this would happen today." "What?" Eric asked, still watching the man. "Is there someone here named Jennifer who happens to be celebrating her birthday?" Anita grabbed his hand and pulled him along as she moved closer. When she stopped, a young girl was standing before the man. "How old are you, Jennifer?" He moved the microphone so she could speak in it. To it? Through it? No, in it. 11, she answered shyly. "And I was told you're a big fan of the Ladies of Troubadour. Is that right?" Her eyes were circles and she jumped in excitement. The man chuckled. "I'm going to take that as a yes. What's your favorite song from the show?" Eric started asking what this was about, but Anita shushed him. "The Universe of Steve," she answered, all shyness gone. "Now, that's a coincidence. I just happened to have that song." He knelt to press a button on the amplifier, and music began playing. "Do you know how to dance?" She shook her head, but lost none of her enthusiasm. He winked and motioned for her to stand next to him. "That isn't going to be a problem." He turned and addressed the crowd. "All right, everyone, what do you say? Shall we put on a show for Jennifer's birthday?" He pointed the microphone at the crowd, and cheers erupted as they ran to stand in front of the man. Anita was pulling him along again. "Annie, I can't. I don't even know what this is." She grinned at him. "Trust me, this is going to be fun." The man began to sing and move to the music, going slowly so Jennifer could follow along. Within the crowd, Eric only saw a few people who moved with confidence. The rest were either standing or attempting to follow the moves. Anita bounced and clapped as if this was being put on for her. Eric chuckled. This seemed to be a day to demonstrate where his talents didn't lie, so he might as well go with it. He did his best to follow along, knowing he wasn't, but determined to have fun. Then he found the rhythm, and he realized it was more than that. He wasn't just swaying in time to the music, he was matching the moves exactly. It was like he knew how this dance went. He tried to stop to figure out what was going on, but he couldn't. He wasn't the only one. Everyone danced in unison. Then he was singing to a song he'd never heard before, and in tune, which he'd never managed to do in his life. He realized he no longer saw the man in front as he danced, matching the moves of those around him. This was more than knowing the moves. It was like they'd spent months practicing together. People joined, some eagerly, others as if they'd been caught at the edge of the gravitational wave and pulled in. The group of 24 was now 100 within a minute of the song starting, and it kept growing, all the while putting on a show to put professional performers to shame. When the song ended, Eric stumbled, finally in control of himself, and he looked around. and he looked around. Among those as confused as he was were the ones like Anita, still jumping in excitement, clapping. "Ladies and gentlemen," the man said, his voice amplified, "I want to thank you for helping give Jennifer her birthday present." Cheers went up. "Oh, and I can see the police approaching. Those of you who've done this before know the drill. For the others, you're not in trouble, but don't go anywhere. They are going to want to talk to you." Eric pushed through the crowd until he was in front. Then, when he could see the amplifier, he pulled the diagram. If that wasn't Tech, the amplifier was normal. He noticed Anita next to him. What was that? Before she could answer, the lead officer, a German shepherd, was before the man holding the microphone. "Let me guess. You have no idea where he is." The man smiled. "Sorry, officer. You know how he works. I got a text telling me where, when, and where to download the song." The officer sighed in annoyance. "Damn it, Frank. The man is a criminal. Stop defending him." Frank raised an eyebrow. "So you claim, but all I see is someone making a little girl's dream come true. You know damn well he uses this trick to rob banks." "All I know is that the news claims it's him. He's never told me anything about that. I prefer to believe that it's someone else. As far as I'm concerned, FM is a good guy." "FM?" Eric asked. The shepherd looked at him. "What about you? Did you see anyone who stood out, who was making you dance?" "No." He looked at Anita when he felt her hand his hands. The officer looked from her to him. "If you know anything, it's your duty to tell me." Eric bristled at the tone, but Anita's hand tightened on his hand tightening on his kept him from snapping. He had the impression that wasn't why she did it. "I didn't see anyone. I can tell you that it came over me out of nowhere. All of a sudden, I knew how to dance, which is impressive because it's something I don't do." The officer looked at him suspiciously, then at Anita. "How about you, ma'am?" She shook her head. The officer made notes on his phone, clearly not happy, but moved on to question other people. "What's FM?" Eric asked again. "Flash mob," Frank answered. "You've never heard of him?" "I've been out of the city for a few years." His default answer when something he was expected to know came up. It wasn't even a lie. 60 years qualified as a few, right? He's a powered who, well, does this. Makes people sing and dance. The police claim he's responsible for a bunch of robberies because the people there started dancing and singing, and afterwards none of them claimed to know what had happened. "Claimed to?" Frank shrugged. "It isn't like the police have a mind reader to check. Ever since FM began doing this, a lot of groups have been imitating him." "Really?" Anita asked. "I thought they were all him." "I don't see how they can be. Dance mobs have been showing up all over the world. You can find the site they use to coordinate if you look for a while." "And you know where?" "Sure. I'm one of the few people FM trusts to front for him. I get constant messages asking me to put them in contact with him or put in a good word on their behalf. Of course, just like the police, no one believes me when I tell them I have no way to contact him." "What do you get out of it?" Frank opened his mouth, then closed it. He eyed Eric. "You're police?" "No, he isn't," Anita said. "He's one of those people who can't leave a mystery alone." Eric went over his question. "Sorry, I didn't mean to imply anything. Like Anita said, I'm just curious." Frank nodded. "I get some level of recognition and infamy. I have my own dancing career, and being associated with a fam has helped me get in a few places I wouldn't have otherwise. But the main reason I do this is for the Jennifers out there. Do you mind telling me how you got associated with him?" Frank laughed. "Here." He pointed to the opposite side of where they stood. "I was dancing and singing right there 4 years ago. All of a sudden, everyone joined in, like we'd rehearsed it. We were in sync. I had no idea what was going on, but I'm a pro, so I kept going. Afterwards, some of them asked how I'd done it. That was my most profitable day, and for about 2 seconds I considered I'd done it. But then I remembered I'm human." Later that day, the police showed up, questioned me about robberies. They confiscated my player, asked for an alibi. He looked at the officer questioning the participants. That's when I found out about the supposed crime FM committed. Of course, I wasn't involved, so I got my player back. It happened 3 more times over the following months, and the last time, along with the money, I found a web address in my box. It was a message from FM with directions on how to reach a site where I could give him my number if I wanted to help him put on shows. And none of them involved crimes? Frank shook his head. They're all like this, in Imagination Park. They're not all for someone. Sometimes he just wants me to put on a show for the crowd. He just has me put on a show for the crowds. I think those are times when he's bored. Rick, he just said as he was about to ask another question, we should head for the amusement park. We want to have enough time to enjoy it. Right. He offered his hand to Frank. Thanks. This was an experience. Frank shook it. The pleasure was all mine. And FM's. I have to stick around. The police are going to question me again when it's just me and them. Good luck with that. Thanks. It's just routine by now. Eric waited until they were out of earshot. Are you okay? Sorry, I was just worried you'd tell the police something. The only thing I could have told them is that Frank isn't behind it. His amplifier is normal, which they have to know if they've inspected it. The kind of tech needed to pull off this isn't something that is discreet once you're looking for it. And you didn't pick up anything else? Eric chuckled. I wasn't looking. Not that I could pick up anything if FM's powered. That isn't something I can sense. He paused. I could have told Frank something he might not have realized, though. Really? She sounded excited. What? FM was actually there, watching, if not one of the dancers themselves. Why do you say that? Because we all knew how to dance. Maybe FM can just plug the know-how and put it in our mind. Did it feel like that to you? She considered the question. Not really. I mean, I don't know how it should feel, but I guess I didn't. I've had a telepath in my head that didn't feel anything like it. My body moved along me without me having to think about it. I even tried to break out of it. Why? The surprise of it happening in part, then to see if I could. This was puppeteering, so the puppeteer had to know the moves. I wouldn't be surprised if he had to also do them, which is why I think he was here. So he needs to know how Frank dances to match it. He said he's a dancer, so he can't depend on FM to be successful. Yeah, it's possible his power gives him an edge, a better sense of rhythm and muscle memory, but I'm pretty sure he has to practice it. Anita grinned. Look at you, Detective Clarkson. Maybe you should do this professionally. Eric laughed. No thanks. I'm not joining the police. I'm quite happy doing repairs. Gives me the time to be with you. He looked at her. Is it my imagination, or have you been looking forward to be part of something like that? She smiled dreamily. Being part of one of FM's performances has been a dream of mine. So is that why we're here today? No, today is because I want us to have fun. We just got lucky. I've been coming to Imagination Park a few times a month in the hopes of being here when it happens. You bring me luck. You're giving me too much credit. Today's a nice day, and it was Jennifer's birthday. It would have happened that I'd be here or not. But would I have been here if I wasn't with you? I expect you would. Her lips quirked up. You know, most guys I know would go out of their way to take credit for this. You have mentioned a few times I'm not like most guys. You've even alluded to the fact it's one of the things you find attractive about me. She kissed his cheek. You are correct. So, are we walking or taking the bus? It's a nice day. Unless you're in a hurry, we can walk. She put her arm in his. Walking with you sounds amazing. Because I've had to cut this up, and something I would fix in the second draft, the one element that's missing is the fact that at no point is it indicated that Anita's a bovine. because this was written in one big block of text. So it was mentioned a time or two in the start, and then it just went on along as if the reader knew about it. Turn this. February 8th becomes 15th. All right, you need to be cut up. So, see where 2,000 words put me. we've got a seam break here. Oh, 4,000 words. That's a little more than I would like. But it may have to be that. I mean, okay, you know what, let's cut this here. That's 46. What do I have in the 23 range? How much is this? 14. Well, you know what? So 23 is about here. Uh, 'Oh, that's why. Because you don't. There. 1,500. Interesting. Shift makes the scroll go down faster. I never knew that. So that's 15. Is there another seam break? Yeah, that's going to be way too far. All right. Some chapters are going to be small. $37. That might be the length. No. 17. 19. Hey, cool imp. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing well, 3K yesterday, congrats. How big is McCannon? 20K. And downtown is incomplete at 14K. So 15. Where's the other one? Oh yeah, that's way too far. Yeah, 5,000, that's way too far. So this is going to be a short one. $4K. 32. I'm actually okay with that. no scene break in any of this. So, oh well, I'll have to. Oh, right. You sent it elsewhere. That's why I'm not seeing it there. Oh, huh. Okay, so you did not go there. Huh. Right, Patreon is linked to my. Oh, you probably put it in its own folder. Right, that's why it's not going to show up here. There's not all that there. If they're elective, I don't need this one. Okay, so this is purely alphabetical. Interesting. Jack is still there. Let me check that one. That's good. Okay. 3 people. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so so I would be missing 2 people. No, okay. Well, you are there twice. Thank you. Justin. Yeah, I put you there on order. Layer log. Okay. I must have miscounted, which is entirely possible. Right, I want to confirm this. Oh. It's a variation on him. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, right, healing. Alrighty. It is time for lunch for me. Oh, I need to change that. Right. I will. And I need to change this as well. And I'll be back in about an hour. I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. This afternoon, it is the reading of the outline for Book 12 in the Monster and Batman series, which the official title right now is The Mother-to-Be. Which is accurate. I don't care for it. I'm using the mother. If there was a term for a pregnant woman, like a specific term for a woman who is pregnant, actually, you know what? I haven't done a search for that. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, there is no term. Which is unfortunate. Alrighty. Chapter 1. Tristan is currently living in Emil's house. Okay. I would like to start the book with Alex. I can't really do a switch. The reason I would like to start with Alex is that I think it's going to be I think it's going to be easier. I think Alex, because Alex is the one who ultimately has the strongest reaction to what Tristan has announced to him at the well, to what he learns between the books. And I think he's the best way to tell the reader what that was. The issue here is that I don't know if I'm going to have enough to make a chapter. Because, with the rule of flipping point of view, I want to maintain that, which means that then we have Tristan, and I, I have plans for him, for Tristan. Uh, and then, then the story starts. So, but that's what I'm going to try. That's what I'm going to start like that. Worst comes to worst, my attempt at chapter one is going to be very small, and ultimately it's not going to, I'm either it's not going to work or I'm going to have to rethink processes, but we'll see. Tristan is currently living in Emil's house, doing the round again. Okay, a small change of that will be, and this may be what gives me the space, but okay. So eventually, all right. Tristan is doing his rounds about the town. Everyone who's even mentioned possible sign of trouble between him and his men will get their head figure bit enough. Um, they'll need to make decisions like, are they the same house still? They are having sex. How long can either go without sex if they're abstaining? This will have to be adjusted. Ultimately, a few months have passed between the two books. So that aspect, I suspect, will be uh, resolved on their issue, as in, they know where they stand emotionally on that. But yeah, the town is definitely going to be on edge. A new addition to the town will be the kids, not just the girl from the last book, but the older, only other one who were traumatized enough to that the mothers needed to be killed, and at least one mother with a baby was in a difficult enough situation that without a father to protect her, she needed to move to the town. Tristan will have complicated feelings about the kids, how they aren't there, but logic would win out since they aren't like him and Justin and aren't brothers. They aren't brothers. After a decent amount tour, going the rounds, glaring at people who might consider booking the nest, Tristan will see Ryan booking it through town. Tristan will ask what's up, expecting something to be wrong with Ralph. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Jacoby's granddaughter is giving birth. Um, like, I want it to not be on schedule, but not so early that it's obvious that um, something's wrong. That that needs to come as a reveal kind of thing. How much is Alex obeying the coffee restriction? If you're on the rocks, up to me. At this point, I see Alex reverting to who he used to be before Tristan. So he's going to be mainlining coffee. That said, trying to figure out where Gramps and Grams are right now. Might not be actually worried, but he seriously needs to talk to his grandparents about this. Texans, the detail of his wedding vow was never a talking point, but just talking them would make him feel better. I do his research, and I get to show off the various companies his parents are holding as he searches them to figure out what he can about his parents and therefore the bodyguards. I think I may introduce Justin. Yeah, whoa, wait a minute. No, wait, what? Did I call her just. Did I do that? Um, it's Judith. It's Judith, not Justin. I don't know why it didn't register that it's the feminine of Justin, which is Tristan's brother. So yeah, Judith is her name. Um, uh, the, because she's going to be a little more involved in the next trilogy, and because of what happens between her and Orion, I think that showing her existence right here is good. Um, and at some point, I will have to verify because I don't know if her name ever. There should be a mention that he has a sister in the early book, probably the first one. But I don't know if her name, like Raphael, is as his name in the first book because Alex borrows his identity to get into a club. Judith, I am unsure if her name ever comes up. What's inside that? All right, so eventually he gets a call from Jacoby. No, not outcast, not rejects. Okay. And I'm going to keep that for next book. Eventually, he gets a call from Jacoby, and it gets started building the identity of his granddaughter because it's going to be taken to the hospital because there are complications, and she needs to get moving now. Thing is, I might move this away, mainly because we have the situation. This is the explained situation. So I might actually put that. Well, let's break. Okay. So I'm going to take this out, move it here for now, because then I can actually close this. All right. Tristan doesn't need this. Deal with monster of the town and try to come from the outside. Medical emergencies completely outside. So yeah, I can't and everything. Doesn't deal with it. Can't everything you put it to word or mouth. You say it's blunt, not blunt enough. So I do it myself. It won't make Jacoby alright. Ryan happy. Ryan is there. Not making Jacoby happy either. Becoming a thing. And trust a man even if he didn't know some things about him. Presumably he knows something. Tristan also didn't know about this. Grandfather letting his social life become a problem, but calling kettle black. Tristan will take control of the situation. They are going to have to try to get to the hospital, and he's the only person he trusts to drive both fast and safe enough to get there in time. It'll be him, Jacoby, and the granddaughter. Ryan doesn't get a chance because Tristan isn't playing referee. Get the say because he's playing referee between him and Jacoby. Someone needs to look after her, after Ralph, and he's still high on the list of people he trusts in the town. And I want to address that because regardless of how it's resolved, there is a level of broken trust. And Tristan doesn't take that well. So she's going to have to prove herself again. Load up. Tristan either contacts Asir or leaves talking to Alex to someone else because of the situation. Should not get involved. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave that there, and Jacoby's going to um, so Alex is not seeing Tristan running circles around, actually talking to him as not just focusing on the child. Thankfully, anger just makes him code better, and there's a child and mother on the line, so it's not like he'd be motivated even without Jacoby. So he gets the job done, throws some extra lie, shows like hacking all the speed cameras between them and the hospital, and then he's left waiting for like everyone else. Thankfully, moments like this is what the hacker chat room is for. There's some talk about the baby. Alex will float the question of who else was blindsided by Ryan romancing the granddaughter. Hey, Gonzalez! Welcome to the stream from YouTube. How have you been? Um. Ta 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 ta. And the only others actually knew he'd been trying to court a few girls in town. Little success, only blindsided Alex because he equates eagerness for sex for love, which, yeah, not helping his mood with the current relationship's complication. Once I'm done filling time, Alex will get an update that the granddaughter is being moved to a better hospital by chopper. Baby just hit 3 months. Ooh, congrats. Um, Others were wonderful, but hard. Well, I hope things improve. At least that will give him a few moments of doing stuff other than listening to the peanut gallery. Okay, this feels like some chapters been switched around. Because this is them driving. Oh no, this is after. Okay, this is after that they're going to the other hospital. Okay, okay. They're in the Cheval. I don't know if the Cheval would be the car that they take. Okay. Um. Um. Yeah, there's a jump of time here that I'm not entirely comfortable with because okay, let's take a look at the map. Okay, you're not gonna do that. Fine, let's do that again. Okay. Tucson. Now I need to compare both maps. Oh, you went off this one. Okay, that's what happened. Ah. All right, so. they are here. So the options are if you're here. So the options are Roswell, Socorro, and Albuquerque. Roswell feels closer. Oh, you leave that immediately? Unless it's a layer thing? No, it's not a layer thing. Interesting. Then I'm going to need you to tell me what I need to know. You are kind of in the middle here. So basically you're here. Okay, distance. I need distance. Oh, that's why you weren't in my map. So if we go, what is the distance here? That's 20K. And then 60. So we're okay. So we're talking 1 hour to Roswell. Wait, is it Santa Fe or New Mexico? New Mexico. Although I think Santa Fe is closer. Wait. Did I see something even closer? Vaughn is there. Yeah. Yeah, that would be the... And actually, you know what? A county hospital makes sense. Because they wouldn't be equipped to deal with, with the complications. So then they can be driven to Roswell. Ha! And they have a helipad. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so I know where you guys are going. So you're going there. And you're starting here. Oh, this time you are taking it. Okay. Except No, you know, well, except that it's not, except that it's further away. So Roswell, so Roswell is actually closer. Oh, right, except that the road goes northeast. Going going south takes him off road, unless is there a road here? Huh. There is a path. That was unexpected. Um. Okay. So so Roswell is where where they're going. That's an hour ish. And from there, she can go to Albuquerque. Roswell. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. So okay. All right. So that's done. Doing that now means hopefully I won't have to deal with that when I'm actually writing the chapter. All right, this is them going to the new hospital. What is the distance between those two hospitals? Just gonna grab this one. It's nice and big. So that's a 3-hour by drive. Okay. Jerky driving in the Chevelle. I question the Chevelle, mainly because it's it's a it's a two door car, but it's better than the Jeep. It's better than any of the antiques Jacoby's gonna have. Jacoby likes old cars. Nothing big's been made of it, but that's been established. Um, and yeah, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I mean, Jacoby can sit in the space between the front, between the. Oh, wait a minute! No! This is wait! This is Cheval. Um, no, right. Okay. I was for some reason I was mixing that with with the pickup Tristan uses to go to Mexico. No, right. The Chevelle is as actual proper seating in the back. Okay. And this time, without the granddaughter in labor, there are a lot of things they can talk about that were off the subject before. First matter is how much of a problem are the issues that the granddaughter flees the town. What? How much of a problem are the issues that had the granddaughter flee the town be an issue now? Jacoby isn't sure. Father. Okay. This will probably have to be revised because I don't believe they know. I'm going to have to see what is established in the daughter. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, pick up Maribel's car. Okay. She leaves their apartment complex she shared with her boyfriend. I'll give her this. Following Juby's instruction, the city only 3 times while she drives. Cameras are everywhere these days. Board agrees that William will volunteer. And for the house. Okay, so. Okay. Um. Okay, so from here, I'm pretty sure Mirabelle no longer really is addressed. Oh, actually, she's here. Okay. That'll probably be adjusted when I do second draft of everything, but yeah. Because I don't recall in this new version, I believe that um, who the boyfriend is never worked out. Which, hmm, okay. Okay, this could be, well, okay. I don't think Jacoby would know. I think the big change here is that the information comes from Tristan because Alex is the one who did the research, um, and confirmed that they don't know where she is. But father's in the mob, and well, the brother's outside his story, so that would be Rosewell. Second one is worryingly close. Like, if I'm going Albuquerque, it's going to be in the middle of it. Well, I mean, I guess it depends how Albuquerque is divided, but okay. If Alex and the actors are doing their job, Tristan will have thoughts. Second subject matter: what's going on? What is it going to take to keep Jacoby from killing Ryan outright? Chevelle is off the table. Ryan doesn't like Tristan doesn't like Ryan that much, but he also doesn't like Jacoby so much he'll allow Jacoby to kill Ryan just because he's dating his granddaughter. He's going to have to wait until he does something like break her heart. Um, those are the only topic you can think of as my own. When they reach the hospital, police tape will be worrying. Yeah, yeah, we're looking at 3.5 hours. Like, I don't think Tristan would be gutting it. Like, he'd be driving the speed limit, which, again, I guess New Mexico. What is the speed limit in New Mexico? Oh, wow, 75 miles an hour. So we're looking at 3 hours. Yeah. And by helicopter, you know what? So, okay, yeah, you'll get there at least an hour early, an hour before them. So, yeah, that gives an hour for something to have happened. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. When they reach those, so notes to myself. In fact, that if Alex was ground zero, he'd be working on his laptop, wishing he had a full ring. Doesn't change how much he's spinning nails at not being around zero right now. He's angry. Somehow this kidnapping happened and they didn't notice until there were eyes on the ground. He was distracted, but what are the other actors' excuses? Starts to see what he can to resolve that. Finds out the part of what happened is there were hackers blinding the authorities until the job was done, and therefore all systems are crawling with police anti-cyber division. When people are wanting to only save someone get in the way of people who want to save someone and destroy the people who put them in danger. Somewhere near the end of that, Alex receives a file. It's a sniffer program that detected the granddaughter's rare blood disorder in correlation with the pregnancy. So that's how they knew. Now, interestingly, that means that they knew about her from Roswell, which is why they were prepared. Hand the job over to, and you know what? It's a good lead that Alex will hand over the job of them the moment because now he's going to get himself a car loaded with guns, knives. You are heading out, Gonzalez. Alrighty. Well, thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. As he's loading the car, Ryan shows up with Brohilda, so she can go with Alex, but she'll just tell Ryan to go. Start an argument. That Fractal is calling in a favor. And Fractal is going to favor, which Ryan on the phone with Ralph, and the end result is that he's coming. So is Ralph. Ralph is coming. I really, I'd forgotten that one. And you know what? Alex, okay with it. The truck has room for more guns anyway. Their trucks. Okay. It doesn't have anything in the way of artillery. Tristan has thoughts about Alex heading to the front line, Ryan leaving his post, Ralph actually entering the field. And given the situation, all those are complicated thought. But this is a situation, so Tristan is going to have to silence those boxes. that aren't at least productive because he needs control if he's going to do what no one else can. Get information from the police. Thankfully, they have Jacoby, who is both the legitimate grandfather and and the grandfather on paper of whatever fake ID are in place at the moment. So using Jacoby as the feints, Tristan gets the what information he needs, even if it's just stuff to forward the hackers so they can get into the system easier. Once they free themselves from the police, Asir is doing her best. She's up against a lot of on short notice, so even without Alex hogging the bandwidth for the town, except he's not there. And those condition within range. Thurston will brush up Asir's reaction to the boy's intrusion and take that information to have something to act on. The last thing he wants is to be idle. Alex isn't idle while on the move. As much as he likes the upgrades to the military laptop, it's still not a dedicated rig, and he doesn't quite trust anyone in town to help him run his rig remotely, especially not William, since the boy has initiative but not necessarily common sense. One of the angle Alex is researching is expanding on William's hospital search to include black market hospital, which are either affiliated with the mob the father is part of, or at least not affiliated. If I remember, or not affiliated with their enemies so as to leave their service up for sale. Aside from that, Alex does have two traveling companions. He'll probe exactly how does Ryan's relationship with the granddaughter work with the one he has with Ralph and the one with Cornelius. Is very respectful but blunt when he says that he disclosed all his complications with the granddaughter, including Ralph's casual attitude towards sex, and how the longer the relationship goes on, the more likely Ralph is to approach her on the subject as well. Ralph, meanwhile, is researching as much as he can about childbirth and the granddaughter in particular. They are all hoping this won't come down to him playing doctor, but she's been in labor for a while, and Ralph is certainly the only one who can fake it good enough to actually get the job done. He might add some comments about what Ryan and Alex are talking about, but otherwise focused at the moment. Tristan and Jacoby are scoping out what they think is the best official hospital on the list, and at least best to actually have the granddaughter be taken to, since it's not actually best on the list. It's also not the closest. What it is the most corrupt. That might still might have the facility needed to pull off a delivery. Being corrupt doesn't mean they can't just throw a wad of cash at someone, because that would only work if it was more than what they are receiving from the mob. But they can find a hole in the security, make their way in, only to find a white van being loaded with equipment, postnatal equipment care to be exact. Tristan will hold Jacoby off from charging. Integration would only get them the location. Following them will definitely get it, and make sure the equipment makes it to the destination as well. Win-win as they depart. To follow others will be messaged to keep them up to date. Should be a short chapter, but goodness knows what comes next will make up for it. Alex was able to use information of where the equipment was being stolen to narrow down the black market hospital search. Steam is there first, and yes, it's his team, no matter how much Ryan is trying to take control. In fact, Ryan is halfway through through giving Ralph his parameter for the assault when Alex just goes off the rail and kicks the door in. Thankfully, Alex has control of his knives, because this is the location where the granddaughter is. Unfortunately, that also means this is where the mob boyfriend is, meaning they have to deal with him and his men on top of normal black market hospital security. So there will be a fight. And we're in Alex's point of view, so his perception of anyone he isn't killing will be limited. See Ryan when he pulls him back from certain death, only to have Alex tell him to piss off, charge back in, get himself mortally wounded me. And that's the wound, the mic to end on. Well, actually, we've got Ralph there, so yeah, he can be mortally wounded and not die from that. Sorry about being shorter than the previous chapter. I expect the actual chapter to be on the longer end. We shall see. Ow. Tristan and Jacoby arrive wherever I decide. Yep. And things are certainly chaotic. Ryan will explain. He's busy giving Ralph the parameter of a retired MASH doctor who isn't going to let people die even if it's well above his pay grade. Ultimately, recap can wait. Alex is down, and Tristan has to process this. And it's Tristan. If Alex is awake, he'll have things to say that Alex doesn't want to hear, and if he isn't, he'll say them anyway. Eventually, Alex will be moved to a stretcher, and Tristan will help move him where he needs to go. Once that is done, Buck Squad done, he isn't much good for anything but killing. So, better get on with that. Ryan was going with him, both to keep Tristan alive and because Jacoby told him to go end the guy who did this to his granddaughter. It's hardly a tall order. Jacoby's rage is a strong motivator for any non-combatant person who wants dead to stay and help Dr. Ralph. Depending on how long you want stretched out the arrive scene with Tristan and Alex. We're able to use space in this chapter, but if we have room, it might be a good time to introduce Tristan to any heavy artillery rifle Alex was able to talk Ralph and Ryan into packing. So Tristan and Ryan, so we get 2 Tristan chapters in a row. Well, yeah, probably get more than 2. No. Chase and the Big Bad has the lead. We want them to have a bit of a fight, so have to confirm the body. Plus, the Big Bad has a bit of a lead. Private jet. They chase to the airport, working things out ahead of time. And this is going to work out while they were between chapters, so the audience can at least be a bit surprised. And there will be fighting on the fighter's goon from Tristan's point of view. At some point, Ryan and Tristan get separated. Plane will take off, and Tristan will get a cinematic view as Ryan takes the shot, and the plane goes down. And over after the last time Tristan took down someone from the mob and didn't confirm the body, he's not repeating the same mistake. Interesting. I could have sworn the guy's mother was involved at some point. Interesting. Might have just been something we discussed and ended up deciding against. Alex is all kind of grumpy, his relationship trouble with his man, not being able to kill him anymore, his ability to kill himself due to a larger amount of people. This is probably not going to be in his mind. Like, yes, on a subconscious level, he was trying to commit suicide. But I don't think Alex is someone who would be able to acknowledge that. There's issue in the Petrop wound. In fact, he might not actually be self-aware enough to realize that. Yeah. He has issues. The Petrop wound in his body aren't one of them. There's one person who can call him out on his bullshit. It's not Graham and Graham, since they're AWOL. It's not Tristan. It's Emil, who has been taking it easy since last book. Yeah, that we will. Exactly how injured he was something that we didn't really know. So you get to have the talk you want between him and Emil. It's the talk I want, so it's all sort of notes to insert here. I'll be had, and given what you assume will be entailed, you will likely have enough of a gut punch ending to require a chapter break. Alex and Tristan are in the same room. Who came to whom matters on a macro level, but not micro. Can lead with just the fact they couldn't find the body, and not for lack of trying. Ryan is still the case about this. Ralph might be with him, but Brunhilde already got a seer working on it before Tristan could even think to call her, which, given recent crash, might be overkill, but so they're still going to. Alex doesn't have time for that. He has word with Tristan that aren't house shutting and aren't complaining. Oh, this is Alex. Maybe some whining. Emil laid out verbal smackdown, and he needs to lay things out on the table now before he gets cold feet, and this might result with them having sex. Hopefully he does, because otherwise the audience might hunt us down and have some words. A full book without them having sex might be problematic, yes. Um, and then that's how the book would end. Okay. Okay, where is the, okay, so fully has control of his knife. Yeah. I need to address what happens to the granddaughter. So to do with that. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to write. And while I'm writing that, me and my co-scriptor will be working on the outline for the next trilogy, which will revolve around the one thing that's been hinted throughout this entire trilogy. What happened to Gramps and Grams? All right. Realizing I don't need to have. I don't need the characters, the mental characters, to be identifiable by everyone. I just need them. I just need my co-scripter to be able to tell who's saying what. And he knows these people, so hopefully, if I do my job right, he should manage it. That alteration can justify that. Right. Wait a minute. Wait. I need to switch over. Okay. Actually, no. 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 Wait. Okay. You know what? No, that's going to work. That is going to work. Entry's been dealt on Discord. And I can't start that until I have a conversation with my co-scriptor, because I need a better sense of Ryan. I'm going to be in Ralph's point of view, so I need a better sense of how he thinks about how his power works. Alrighty, I'm going to bring this to an end. Let's see, who do we have? Holy cow. It's like I literally built my watch list for Twitch of writers. And it's like nobody writes anymore. Alright, let's see if I can find somebody else. Let's see if I can find someone writing in English. Yeah, this is a lobby. All right. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by, keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, The Engineer's Family. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives.